Hello everybody, welcome to another stream. Last stream we were working on the color picker. Quite loud. So we've got the rendering side of things in place. I think there's one or two bugs to fix with it. But today we should be working on the input code for the color picker and get it so we can actually select colors and display nice stuff at the top. The color picker is very big right now. That's just so we can debug it a lot easier. So yeah, well, but yes, this is the lightness and chroma, and the hue should be in here, but we can't really see it for some reason. This should be the chroma and the hue. So we should ideally see something, but the hue is probably causing the problem here. Or if we can't see a hue here, then yeah, I don't know. And then this is lightness and hue. So it just seems like a flat thing because, yeah, something's going on. So investigate that. So I guess let's do a little bit of comparing with how a different color picker looks. So if you just get the hue all the way down to 0. Crying out loud, just... anyway, so ours does look like this. Yeah, so there it is there. Ours is like nice and anti-aliased as well. Whereas this one's a bit jagged, but anyway. So we also have 0 chroma and 0 lightness. So we're going to put lightness all the way down here. The hue becomes unreadable. Or, yeah, you don't have any... Yeah, because, okay. So if the lightness was to be brought up, then we would see something. Okay. So, right, that makes sense. So we should always probably start off with a default value of something that's not black, maybe. Because black will have less. Yeah, so we should probably start off with the default color of gray, basically midpoint gray. That was probably a good idea. But yeah, so I guess we should do that in the editor. Let's say the color is equal to, have we got like color gray 8 or whatever? That'll be in the middle, wouldn't it? 8 is in hex, the middle. 808080. So we do that. We see the color up here, that grey color, but I'm not seeing the hue here. Bit of a shame. So there is something clearly wrong. Not seeing any hue in here. So something's odd with the hue rendering. So before we fix the hue, in the color picker, I just want to fix the I think we do 0, 8, and that'll pad it out correctly, because when we had black, it was just 1, 0. There we go, so 1, 2. Yeah, so that'll get you 4 bytes. That's good. Right, so fix that problem. But yeah, I hope everyone's having a good weekend so far. So we do 50% grey. We should be seeing the hue being rendered, right? Is that right? With 0 chroma? Well, no. Yeah, so if you've done a grey, your hue is going to be grey as well at that point. But still, we should still be seeing something here. This is a bit strange. So I guess we can look at the rendering code. So, yeah, maybe chroma should always be 50% as well. Just go like in the middle, do a nice like green or something. Just 50% on everything. Maybe that's the answer. So in the rendering code, let's look at the right. So color picker, render. This is the shader that we render into a texture, then that texture is then displayed in the UI system. So we just render it however big it needs to be in a compute shader. So if you have chroma and hue, it's this times pi. That changes the Z, which is H, LCH, Linus chroma hue. So then it goes into here and turns it into the lab. Seems to make sense. Yeah, I don't know why the hue is being a problem. So very bizarre. Well, okay, so it's C times this angle, which means the like lab is blue and yellow, I think. It's modeled after like the cones or whatever they're called in the retina. So LAB is lightness, and there's two. So how blue it is or how yellow it is or something like that. So if you times it by the saturation, which is 0, by some lightness, it will, these will just be 0, right? So you're not going to get any color. So see this chroma here, we put 0 in there. Yeah, but so it should always be gray. Then that's the confusing part about it. So why don't we do that is mouse at thing? Actually, no, we can't because it's not full screen. Yeah, it can work. It won't be full. It doesn't match the resolution, but it's fine. We'll still get something show up. So if we take the coordinate, and then we want to print out the color. So we'll print out LCH. LCH.x, LCH.y, LCH.z. And we'll repeat that a few times. We'll do lab and we'll do the final color as well. And color. Right, we'll do an extra new line so we can see the separation between two frames in the console. And hopefully... Right, so where we put our mouse over is not going to match exactly because the texture is around here, right? And we're taking a screen coordinate and using that as a texture coordinate. But yeah, so it's not gonna be 100%. So it's gonna be offset by this much basically, and whatever this is here. So anywho, what we're looking for is like, right. So the hue in this case is always 0, which makes sense, right? Whereas going to here, the hue is changing, but in this case, the lightness is 0. Interesting. So because we've got 0 lightness, why we got 0 lightness? Oh, so we're not taking in the. Okay, there's our problem. We get rid of this now. So we've got some immediate mode UI thing, right? We're passing in a color, right? So what we need to do is every frame, like, so we have this sort of global state for the color picker. We only say there's only one color picker visible at one time. That's just the limitation we're going to live with. And we store the lightness, chroma, and hue in here. So what we should probably do is say, right, from the get-go, state LCH is actually equal to the color value. So I've got to go from where's my functions? What we're doing? I think it's in GPU shared. They're in here at the moment. So we need to go into LCH. So linear to lab, and then you go to lab to linear to lab, lab to. But I think we want some quick functions to go to sRGB. To LCH. So there's the LCH. You get back a color 32. So we'll just do it all in here. Just have a shorthand function. So we want to basically say color is equal to. So we're going to take OKLCH and go to OKLab. And then from OKLab we can go to linear. And then from linear we can go to sRGB. Is that gonna, yeah, that's gonna be in a, then we want to quantize it down into a U32. So it will be pack pack U8 times 4, this one. Right, so just shorthanding that, because if not we keep doing it and it just makes code bigger than it needs to be. So we don't have this one, whoops. Color.x, color.y, color.z, 1. Alright, very nice. Get on here. Egotist, 20 months, my friend. Thank you so much for the sub there. Appreciate you. How you been? Yeah, man, I'm doing good. Just been chilling. Yesterday, just went to town, got some bits. Saw some family. Today I just gone to church and sorted out the cars because I'm going on a road trip, going to work or going to the office on Thursday, staying over, and there's going to be a party on Friday, and then come home. So just preparing the car, pumping tires and stuff, making sure I can have a safe journey. But yeah, about it. How about you? How's your weekend going so far? So we need a function that goes the other way, because we're going to want to get back the key press and turn that into an OKLCH as well. Maybe we don't need it. We'll write it if we need it. Wait, no, we need to go from a... Yeah, we need it. Right, it's just sRGB to OKLCH. Right, so it's the other way around. So it'd be unpack UA whatever. Ah, very good. I can't XYZ that because we're in shader. We're not in shader land. Yeah, I don't have swizzling obviously on CPU code, so we've got to do it manually. No, wait, we do have swizzling on CPU code. It's union. Boom. Oh yeah, beautiful. So then we can go from linear. So it's this inverted basically. So it's sRGB to linear. And then linear to OKLab. And then OKLab to OKLCH. Let's replace all these with with C's instead of color. And voila, so all these two functions now. So we need the to go from from sRGB to OKLCH here. So every frame we call it, we're just going to update that state, whatever the dereference of value is, and then this should hopefully get us correct colors in the widget. Right, we're actually seeing a brightness thing here now. Oh yeah, so I might flip these axes the other way around because, yeah, when I call it the hue across the X and chroma across the Y. Oh, that looks a bit weird. Glad to hear my weekend's doing well. Had fun playing with friends. Awesome. Did you play some games by any chance? I actually sat down and played Astrobot for the first time, and also played a bit of Doom Eternal. Both interesting games. The Astrobot game, I liked how interactive the world is. Like you run around and even just like when you're sort of flying in, it seems like a cutscene or whatever. Everything is just so interactive with the controller. And there's a lot of effort gone into making it. Even the scripted things feel like you can do something little in it, which is quite nice. But yeah, and then also played Doom Eternal. That was quite interesting. Quite fun. I played the first one, but I didn't really like it too much. For this one, I find a lot more interesting for some reason. I don't know why. Maybe it's just me. Hey, Perry. Welcome. How are you doing? Heard about Astrobot? Sadly, I don't have PS5 try it. Fair enough. You never know, it might come to PC. I don't know if is it on PC? You know, Sony are doing quite a lot of PC ports these days. So maybe. But then again, it's got that PlayStation controller stuff, right? Where it's really integrated in with that DualSense controller. So maybe not. Right, so we had on our hue and lightness. Did we do that? Did we do hue and lightness in our third one? We did hue and lightness. So why is this like a red? This is chroma. Oh yeah, because we got this sort of grey. Is that right? What's that? Single light zero hue. I forget. You know, I could bring back the debug stuff we have in the shader. Maybe it can help us out. Shaders. Right. So we were doing. It was the when you have the hue as the that is when you had hue as the single line thing. So it's this one. Ah, but we won't be able to see it. Yeah, all we need is the first one, I think. Anyway. Hey, VMT. And I think the studio is Sony owned, so there's that. Yeah, it's Team Asobi. I think they're in Japan. Yeah, I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good. Quite busy as usual, but you know, enjoying things. How about you? Yeah, my son is now old enough to like face front in the car. So when I was out in the car, just getting ready for my trip, um, he like today he's turned like legally he can face forward in the car now, so it's gonna be a lot of fun. Because right now he just faces backwards and you can't see him, so now I'll be able to see him in the mirror and stuff. It should be cool. Excited for that. What the crap is going on here? Why don't I see? That's interesting. We're not seeing any of the debug printing stuff. So I imagine what's going on is this isn't even being reached. Let's just do it on every single pixel and see the performance tank, if it ever gets ran. But oh no, of course it's not the hue one. Get out of here. Right, so if it's lightness and hue, the single it'll be chroma. Yeah, how about you, VMT? What have you been up to? How's things going? Right, here we go. So we're seeing some values. So your chroma is 0. Your lightness... So I guess we can map some of these values into here and see what they get here. I guess this might make sense. So if the hue is at 4.6... Oh, this is in damn degrees, isn't it? 180 divided by pi, isn't it? Something like that. So we're in towards degrees. 3.14. 57.3. So 0.46 times 57.3, 26. Get out. Yeah. Right, 26 here in degrees and 60%. Yeah, so their one also does this sort of ramp here, and it appears that it does go to red and then stop. So it seems like that is correct visualization there. So it seems like what our rendering for these guys seems correct. So I'm happy about that. I want to wait a minute. Lightness and hue. I guess we haven't got any. Oh yeah, lightness and hue is this sort of color. That's good. All right, so that's correct. I want to flip those axes around. So C and H, we might label it H and C, right? So hue first along the X, and then chroma along the Y, because it just is nicer that way. And we might do the same thing again for L and H, so it'll be H and L. Ugh. But then it's not consistent where lightness. I guess you can't always get it consistent. Well, unless you swap these two, but then the triangle will be on its side. I guess that's okay. So in this case, it'll be hue across the X. There we go. So I want to do Y and X. There we go. Cool. So I've got to change those around here. So HC, HL. They're also probably somewhere else. Right, HC. I think that might be it. There we go. It's much nicer, isn't it, having the hue go up the y-axis. We can't really see much here, but right. So now let's actually get some color picking going on with a mouse click. Right, if we click on a valid area, we're going to accept the color and update our color basically. Well, thanks for doing well too. Awesome. Thank you, thank you. Been slow a few months. Maybe I'll pick up from here. Who knows? Alright, fair play. Is it just like the you being quite bogged down by the work, or something like that along those lines? But many things I won't get into it here. Anyway, it's just it's really something. Yeah. Yeah, it is. It's going to be pretty sweet. I don't know if you're familiar with OKLCH, but it's basically like the next level on of HSV kind of. So you can change the hue, wherever it is, and perceptually this color. Bear in mind this color picker, this thing doesn't update properly. But anyway, you can see here perceptually, or maybe you can't because of the webcam. Maybe if you change the hue, perceptually the brightness stays the same. So it should be quite powerful. I'm not typically good with colors, but you know, it's a skill I could acquire at some point. Yeah. So apparently the web has started to use it, and whenever you see some examples, it's all in JavaScript. But yeah. I was looking at how they did, how this website and another one did the color picking code. Oh, it was a different one actually, I think. When you clicked on it, it would sort of map it to the nearest point here. And essentially it was doing these sort of ray line intersections against this sort of volume or whatever. I didn't quite understand the maths, but that was basically what it was. And it was so complicated. But for me, I just when I rendered this thing here, I just check if it's outside the sRGB space. If it's a minus value or above 1, And then I just don't render anything outside here because anything outside here is basically HDR. Well, this will give you a negative on this side. It will give you um, a negative RG or B, and then this one will give you like a positive one. So I'm not sure how that looks like, to be honest. It gets insanely bright, as you can tell here. I guess it might work, right? It might get some really. Maybe it would. I don't know. Anyway, all I care about is picking an sRGB color because the only HDR we'll be having in the game is the actual. You'll pick an sRGB color, and then that'll have an intensity which will scale up the sRGB color, and that'll be the light. That'll be the combined light, the light radiance or whatever, and that's when it'll be HDR. So you always will start from an sRGB thing anyway. So ideally, people making assets in this will not need to pick a HDR color, unless we did HDR color grading or something. But yeah, for now this will be perfectly fine. So we need to do that clicking code. I think actually we probably want to change. We want to change those GPU shared things to probably actually take in a vector. And the reason is because I'm going to need to convert it back into sRGB and check if it's out of range, and then if not, discard the value. So we'll manually do this pack and unpack outside of these functions anyway. And maybe that pack, that's like a built-in thing though, isn't it? Oh well. Right. Looking good. So cool. So back to here. This will, you'd want to unpack something like that. .xyz. Right. So we can do the clicking code now. Get that done. So essentially we got rectangles, right? The whole layout system is built with just cutting rectangles up and then using those to put a widget inside. So here's that XY plane. So this is simply rectangle here. So literally if we just do like we get a mouse coordinate and we say if UI mouse so maybe there's like I think you do like a focus state or something, or right. So you got to say the widget is focusable as well. Interesting. So maybe we could start a widget where that area is. And then we can check if the thing has been, if it's focusable, it should be able to automatically be pressed or something. Yeah, so I think we should be able to do something like this. Or start a widget. And it should always be visible. So it's focusable and pressable. It'll be a rectangle there. We won't pass in a style. So 0 star does nothing. And then we just do some custom drawing, then we have to end the widget. Something like that. Cool. So now this means that we should be able to, it should automatically make it handle the focus stuff behind the scenes. I forget how that works, but if we take a look. So it's focusable. Right, then we say if this is the mouse focused widget, or keyboard focused widget, or gamepad focused widget, or on the widget state of focused, and then because it's pressable, it can set it to active or something like this. So we could get this thing back called focus state, and we could check if it's held, and that we could just pressed or held. So I think held is always put down even when you start clicking it. And then it will just keep doing held. Yeah. So we should literally just be able to do something like this where we go UI focus state. If UI focus state, I guess it's like an and of held. This is where we can do the logic to select. Ezekiel, for you young man. Another boy tried to break in and enter. But yeah, so we'll get the mouse position. The window will be focused, so this will never be a problem. So if you get the mouse position, and we want to offset it from the rectangle or something like this, and I think we should make this like a floating point. Can I float cast it? So essentially we want to get the offset into the widget itself. So if we just say, so you would do something like offset subtract from mouse position the rectangle minimum, and then we'll be inside the space of the box, but this is going to be in pixels. So what you need to do is divide it by the size of the rectangle, and that will get us it in unorm space. So 0 to 1. So we just do a divide, offset by UI rectangle dims So that'd be something like that. So I guess get us the 0 to 1 range. So now depending on what the color thing is, right, there's 3 different viewing modes. So I guess we switch on the current type we've got. So we'll switch on state type, and there's 3 different states it could be. UI color picker state. So there's the LC, which is the first one. So lightness and chroma for the plane, right? HC, then HL, so hue and chroma and hue and lightness. So with these we can basically map this XY coordinate into the correct ln, LC and H value, right? And modify those, and then update the value that and say that it's been changed. Now, you only want to update it if the new value makes sense, right? So yeah, you only want to update it if the new value makes sense. So this one allows you to click outside of the area. So do we want to allow it to click? If we allow it to click outside the area, the LCH value will, we'll see stuff like this. You're gonna have to allow colors outside, because if you change it, it's gonna stop there, and that's gonna be annoying, isn't it? So yeah, okay. So we're gonna have to allow the LCH values to go outside, but they only, the ones that, the last valid value is the one that gets set in here. No, but then it keeps coming through here, doesn't it? Damn it. Right, so we need to, okay. All right, it's interesting. So we probably need to retain the value here, the sRGB value, and if that value is different, it means the user outside has changed the value outside. And then that means we need to also update the LCH one. So we say if state sRGB is not equal to a value, then we need to update the LCH value that we store here with the latest update one. So the user's changed it, or we've opened up a new color picker on a new value. Then, so here we should be able to directly change. So we should be able to say state LCH, so lightness, chroma, and hue. So the X value is going to get, which represents lightness, will be offset unorm.x, because lightness goes across the x-axis in this case, and then chroma goes across the y-axis, and that happens to be y and LCH as well. So the next one will be the hue and chroma. So for hue and chroma, hue is the x-axis, so that would be LCH, so that would be Z. Chroma is Y. but we need to multiply it by radians. Sorry, multiply by pi to get into radians. And then same thing here, but this time it's lightness. So lightness is x. Okay. So after you've made a change to that, we should see a change in the shader, because the shader takes this value directly. And yeah, just renders it. Then what we would like to say is if we have a valid value, so you've changed it, and we say if we turn LCH into a, this would be the sRGB color. So we say GPU OKLCH to sRGB, and we convert state LCH, something like that. Yep. Then we would like to make sure it's a valid value. So we say if, then in the shader, right, we've already done this. We just checked if it was less than or greater than. Yeah, sorry, less than 0 or greater than 1. That makes it invalid. And then we did anti-aliasing, so it's more complicated code. So we just need to say if it must be greater than or equal to scalar sRGB 0. So sRGB must be greater than or equal to 0. So that will get us a vector, so I'm going to say all of the XYZs must be that, and so another one of this, less than or equal to 1, like that, yeah. So if it's in between 0 and 1 across the RG and B channels, we're going to accept this as a new valid value, so we can then update value with so you pack it down in, but we've got to pack down I should make a shorthand function for this. But anyway, sRGB.x, sRGB.y, sRGB.z with 1 alpha. And there we go. So that should be the color picking code. We won't have any visual feedback other than the color changing. So we do need to get a nice little dial down, or a nice little sort of like circle down, so we can have a bit of fun with the custom rendering code. For that, we can do SDFs and it should be quite nice. But for now, we're just right. So as we're clicking on it, we're seeing the change. So up here, you can see the sRGB value that's stored in that integer that the user passes in, and this is the result. When we click, and when we're inside here, we see the value change. When we go outside, it does not change. When we go back on it, it does, right? And yeah, so it would be nice if we maybe had maybe we could do a crosshair like thing like this, because this sort of L and C is maybe quite, well, do we really care? That's the question, right? You can kind of, that's interesting. Right. I see a problem already. As we're changing this, this is changing. And that's because, I'm glad I spotted that one. So because we've updated the sRGB value, we actually need to change the state and go, well, sRGB also needs to be equal to 0 for value, because then it won't trigger it to be converted back into an OKLCH up here. And when it does that, you're not going to keep this OKLCH value exactly. When you convert from OKLCH to sRGB, then back the other way, you're not going to keep the exact value. So I think that is what was causing the change in the graph. When we're sliding this along here, this was changing here, but it's not anymore. That's a good fix. It's cool. So yeah, we're not seeing obviously a line here to represent where we are on this either. We're not even got clicking on this yet. Something we can do. Right, lightness and hue. Why don't I see anything? Ah, there we go. Let's have a bit of play with theirs. Theirs is like that as well. Right, what's up with the rendering? Is that alright? AAC 0. That's AAC, yeah. Right, let's see how R3 graphs compares to this. R1 seems a bit shorter than that, doesn't it? So, yes, this one's alright. This one seems a bit short as well. We haven't even... Yes, it seems like the hue is something to do with the pi multiplication is wrong. Maybe we need to be 2 times pi. And that will seem like it makes more sense. Because then it'll be a full circle, right? So we go to the shader. Right, set that for a spin and see what happens. That looks better. Look at that. Oh, very nice. And then there we go. Sweet. So it's obviously going to be much smaller. I just got it this big because it's just easier to debug things and to see. Right, it's massive. So let's get the clicking code done for this one here. It's just this third dimension. Yeah. So that one is very similar. We want to do, I guess let's just copy this. That would be for this one here. This has got a box. Yeah, we can just do that. So, have I got something called like a mouse area? Did I do that? Yeah, but it doesn't do the pressable thing in it. Why doesn't it do that? Yeah, that's silly. So I've already got a thing called mouse area. This should be by default pressable. Selectable toggle, yeah, pressable. Right, so we can just use mouse area. That would be nice. Just keep it nice and shorthand. See, why are you passing in ID? What are we doing? So we've started that. What other widgets have we started in here? Toggle button. Yeah, we'll get it to auto generate the ID based on line number. Cool. That'd be nice. This one would just be the the right hand side. Nice. If held down, so this only needs to do the y-axis. So we'll still do this, well we could just make it scalar maths. Something like that. So with this, LC is on the XY, and then on the Z, which is what we want, is H, or H, however you want to say it. So that would be LCH, so H is Z, and with the offset is going to be set on that. And because it's hue, we need to do that multiplied by pi thing, times 2. Then, right, H and C, so the one that's left is L, and L is the x coordinate here. And then the final one is chroma, so that'll just be on the y-axis there, okay? And then let's do the same sort of thing, right, where it changes the value, and then if it's still a valid one, update the color that we've picked and send it out to the person calling the color picker function. So, see how this goes. Oh, we didn't end the widget, whoops. Thank you for that. So we should really call this mouse area end. There we go. Hopefully this works out all right. All right, that's a bit too funky. We used the wrong rectangle, I think. Right, it used to have a style on it. It used to have a style on it, didn't it? Right. Oh, and then these are looking at the style and then saying, give me your radius. Yeah, so we actually want it to be a box. Right, okay, so we'll do the big way. So a widget can actually just be a box as well. It doesn't have to do anything. It's got to pass in the right style. I'll do it. So that's the right side, and then we want to end a widget. Cool. Hopefully that'll work. Right, it's definitely messing up a whole lot. I don't know why that's happening. What did it used to be before? Is just a box? With style. Right, let me disable that right hand side panel and see if that's the culprit. Right, seems like that's the problem. So there's something to do with this code here which is buggering up. So if I go to the right hand side, it does this focus thing which we added in. This was here before I did the custom rendering. But oh, why is it looking inside rectangle? Rather interesting. How did that even work? Oh, it must have been because it was clipped. It had clipping. So the draw, right, yeah, it would have been clipped. So what we want to do, we might want to push some clipping on if it's not going to get nice rounded edges. We'll see it in a minute. Okay, that's all right. The concern is though it's not done any of the box drawing though. This is the hue. But yeah, I guess that's the value that you're changing, so it does make sense. But yeah, we had like a nice border around it, that's gone now. So I've got to manually draw the box. So we go to like a box, box start. If visible box draw, then do the box clip. Right. So right, get you the draw rectangle. Hopefully that works. Hey, Devastated. How am I doing today? Yeah, not doing bad. Not doing bad, thank you. Yeah, doing pretty good. Just been relaxed. Went to church. Prepared the cars as I'm going into work on Thursday next week, and then I'll be staying over. Hence why I won't be able to stream next Thursday, and then there's like a party on the Friday, so it'll be pretty cool. So lots of good socializing gonna be happening then. So yeah, I got quite a short work week this week actually. I've only got 2 days, and then Wednesday I'm off as well. I took the day off to spend with the boy. It's pretty nice. But yeah, things are going all right. How about you? How's the new house? Is it going good? Are you enjoying it? Oh, that's interesting. It's glowing. Ooh. I don't really want it to do that. Looks a bit cheap. We'll have a bar and a bar that gets rendered. Like, I could do this whole thing without doing a bunch of widgets inside widgets. And that is probably the preferred way to do it, but I just wanted to get it done quick. So it can always be edited later. But yeah, so maybe so why is it doing that? Well, that's because I'm doing a box draw, and that's going to be using a style and being like, based on the current widget state, basically, isn't it? Right. So that's a bit of a bugger, but I could take this code here and then manually draw it. Well, and we'll just get the state style here basically. And then the rectangle that you'll be using is the draw rectangle. Right, so this is the outer. Yeah, but what do they use the draw rec for that? Oh, let me draw a rectangle again, but it's clipped. Right, gotcha. But if it's clipped, then... Right, we've got to be careful about this. So this is the outbox. And then this would be, then we clip to the box, and then this would be the sort of actual color. And then we'll still need to draw the actual grip as well at some point. Right, so now when I hover over it, doesn't do that, which is nice. We can, yeah, so I press down. It only does it when we're actually on it, but that's okay. Sweet. So yeah, we don't know where we are on this. That would be kind of nice. Yeah, I go every Sunday and Wednesday. Yes, I'm really enjoying the new house. One thing is that it's really nice to not have any neighbors like when you live in an apartment. Right. Yeah, and apartments are like on top of each other, and it's... I used to live in a place where it was a townhouse. So a townhouse is just many stories, but it's quite thin. And yeah, I don't know, the neighbors weren't friendly. You know, you're just so on top of each other, it's just so stressful. And all the when you drive your car out, it's always very tight everywhere and everything, you know. Yeah, it's not very nice. Yeah, this is coming together pretty well. I'm liking this a lot. Just got to get some indicators that can help us see where we're at. Maybe we'll do some stuff here because, you know, changing the hue and the lightness, you probably want to see those values up there as well. But yeah, coming together quite well. Also in some other news, I've been working on my encoder system, and I've got a test file that I've been doing. So this is the you describe a data format, and then you run the code generator, and it generates in-memory representation to a custom text file format called CSON, which is C like JSON, and so it's serialization code and deserialization code. So yeah, it's basically a SQLite file, and it does versioning and stuff like that. But I added string support recently and constant expression that get exported into these code-generated files, which is quite nice. So it's getting pretty close now. So I'm just writing the test code for it. This is doing a bunch of different upgrades, which I'm not really going to do the upgrades manually. But I have to write those functions there, if not it doesn't compile. But I'm just going to test creating a data structure in memory, saving that to disk, loading it in binary and in CSON. So yeah, we're getting pretty close because we're going to need this for the materials. So we can save that on materials to disk and have serialization for the levels as well in the future. So it's coming together now, just testing it all out. So yeah, it's getting pretty good. So right, how are we going to do the indicators? Well, should we just get the numbers at the top? They're going to be quite easy. Let's work on the brain there. So if we cut, we could probably do another cut, right? and we want to basically output L, which is lightness, probably as a percentage. You know, these guys do as a percentage. We could do 0 to 1. You know, I guess we'll do it this way because it would. Well, yeah, I guess we could do. So they could all be 0 to 1, but yeah, maybe we'll keep it all 0 to 1. Let's give it a go. It's just nicer that way. And if people want to copy it out, they have to multiply the. Yeah. I doubt it would matter too much. We'll see how we can always change it. So yeah, we did like 0.3f, maybe 3 decimal places, or 3 decimal places. So lightness, chroma, and hue. So yeah, that's going to need a bunch more characters. So that'll be the state L.x state so we cut right and do another bit of text. This one probably needs to be bigger, so we'll make it maybe 240, twice as big. So let's see how that goes. Excuse me. So how does that look? Right, there we go. So clearly not big enough. We shall adjust it. So let's do 360, I guess now, or 480 maybe. Probably a bit too big. Let's do 360. Yeah, we change font sizes, it's going to obviously be a problem, but that's a future problem to solve. So it's all right, I guess. You know, I think we're going to shrink this anyway. Going to be fixed size for now. So we did 280 maybe, or maybe 320. We'll see. Try 320. Nice, that's good. So lightness, chroma, and hue. You know, the chroma goes all, it does go all the way to 1 or whatever, but the you never have a value that goes up here, so I might change the scale of this. I don't know yet. We'll see. Yeah, so. Oh my days, hue is going all the way up to 6 though. Yeah, it's in radians, isn't it? Yeah, the value is in radians. So maybe we will multiply it by. Maybe we'll multiply it, you know, turn it into degrees or something. Because this just doesn't feel like a human readable number, I guess. So we do radians. Sorry, degrees. Going to degrees, aren't we? So this one, you might be better off with like just 1 decimal place. So you're going to get, probably need to be a little bit bigger now, we'll see. Right, let's go all the way up to 108 or 360 rather. Alright, so you can end up going past it. Yeah, so I think part of the issue is with this border is we're not going to be able to get exactly all the way to the end. Well, you can if you slide off the end, but yeah. I don't know. It's alright. It'll do. All's be good enough. We can always... I think I want to do another pass without using widgets inside this widget and just do it all with rectangles and custom draw code and mouses can check, or the mouse position can check if it's inside a rectangle or whatever. It'll be much better. But yeah, just wanted to get it working really. So we're pretty close. I do feel like I do feel like when you got the chroma as the y-axis, it doesn't really go anywhere at all, which kind of sucks. You know, and the same here, the chroma in this axis just it barely goes anywhere. So I'm thinking, right, we should scale up the chroma such that it does actually utilize the rest of the space, although it will not be like, you know, these guys just chop it off, right? Because the chroma, which when it goes up here, right, is quite short in comparison to the width of the, you know, it's half, you know, the biggest it goes up to 0.4 or something like this. 0.3 I'm seeing here. Wait, what's this one? Here's a new peak. Yeah, 0.33, something like that. So yes, like a whole third, 2/3 bigger, isn't it? Sorry, yeah. The chroma is a third of the lightness. So we've got a choice where we could scale it up, and then it will sort of utilize all of that space. But I don't know if that's a good idea. Hey there, Wajilla, how are you? Welcome, sir. If I scaled the chroma, this would be all the way up there, and you'll have a lot of like room to yeah, I think it's done this way for a reason, right? Because if not, it's going to be like too big. Like, I guess I could change the rendering just so we could see it. Let's go to the shaders. So we see the chroma on the Y. Well, I could just squish the... I could just take that U-norm and scale it. So if I times it by 1.66 maybe. I think that's the way it works. No, it won't, will it? So I'm going from 0.3. I'm gonna do is it? Yeah, I want to do like a, you know, multiply by 3. Yeah, by 3, that's what you want. So let's just scale it and just see how, or maybe it's division. Yeah, it's the other way around, damn it. So we do multiply by 0.33. Right, so you get to see how, if we scale it, will it be... Right, so here it is when it's much bigger. Bigger now, right? I think I have seen another color picker, it does do this. If we see... OKHSV. The person made OK Lab made an OK HSV and a, you know, Ben here is compares a whole bunch of different color pickers. We're doing this one. So I think it's scaled it here, because if we pick the brightest one, which is purple, it does kind of go, yeah. So I think this one is actually scaled. So maybe it's an okay idea. But yeah. Yeah, maybe it's an okay idea. But the problem is that it is changing the actual value here, though, so it's not correct. But yeah, we'll sort that one out. Doing well, working on my OKLCH for easy interface with my renderer implemented lighting and sprites today. Cool, nice. I'll be careful with the name util though. Like, I think I have a rule where I never use the word util or helper. Stuff like that, right? Because it's basically meaningless. It's a bit like saying the word current. Like, what's the current delta time? What's the current value? It's just value, right? It's just delta time. Like util, it's very, very meaningless word. A bit below a manager. That's another one. You know, it's such and such manager. Then everything's a manager because it can go everywhere. It does do this though. But that's alright. Beer Linus price today. Awesome. Are you doing a 2D or a 3D game though, Wujula? Yeah, so we scale the Y, but only if there is. So you're gonna scale the chroma. So in this case, you're scaling the Y. And in this case, you're scaling the Y. In this case, you're scaling the Y as well. Very nice. Very nice. So, hang on a minute. Are we scaling it? Oh. We don't want to scale it here. So 0. Chroma, chroma, chroma. Let's make a general first renderer plan on making 3D games. So more focus will be put on to that. Cool. Very nice. Yeah, obviously when you do 2D, you need a 3D renderer. But yeah, very cool indeed, sir. Right, so the rendering code has been adjusted. Just got to adjust the picker code. So here we need to do a multiply of 0.3. Something like that will do. Chroma. And down here, chroma. Yeah, 3D is pretty cool. It's a lot of fun. Also a lot more work, but very, very nice. Like, I think these days there is more of a drive towards making a game 3D for it to look more professional, if you will. But you know, I think a lot of 2D games have come out like, you know, over the past 10 or so years. But you know, it could always swing back the other way, isn't it? Basically, people get, yeah, you know what, people are like chase, you know, we all chase one trend and another one, and it just makes people fed up. Yeah, I guess this is the only problem with this sort of like OKLCH color picker, is that you'll get like a bunch of values which aren't representable in the space. That's an interesting glitch. But yeah, so what was that max chroma then when it'd be in? Why is it only 2 point? No, wait, let me change the hue. What did it have on that website? Ah, I see here 0.3. So what is that then? Oh, this is outside the space still. Interesting. All right, okay, 0.3. So if it's 0.3, then we kind of need a slightly different multiplier, but I guess that gives you a little bit of headroom. But yeah, okay. Yeah, we'll probably leave it at that. Okay, so we're getting pretty close now. So we need some ways of knowing where our current selection is. So I was thinking, right, you know, if you read these labels, X is there, then Y is there, right? X, Y, X, Y, X, Y. Right, if I was to draw another sort of like, you know, a bar at the bottom and put the label there, it would be a little bit more explicit, then it'll take up the space. I do kind of like these sort of guideline things though. It's kind of interesting, right? It helps me because it is all about, maybe these guidelines are useful. Maybe when picking colors, we could do that quite easily. Typically you do like, I've seen color pickers, they have these sort of like circle things, but then those just end up taking up actual, seeing the colors around where you've picked, right? So maybe this isn't really a good idea. This is probably a better idea, and we can draw those quite easily. So I guess let's go there. We probably should make this a constant, right? Because we do in a few places. Color picker C scale. So we're doing 0.3333. So we could try 0.3. No, don't know. All right, then in shader. Cool. So these pi ones then, if I have a C scale, I might as well have a H scale, right, for hue. So it'd be pi times 2. Might as well. Very nice. Well, the name util makes sense in the project scope, like its meaning is derived from the kind of project that it's in, or what else would you use for some utility stuff for the project rather than how else would you do it? So everything can be seen as some form of utility function, right? I need to make a texture. I need to, like, they're providing this a utility, right? I need to convert between color spaces. They're color space utility functions. It's all it's meaningless. So if it's in a library and the library itself or the project itself is to convert color spaces, just call it color space, right? It doesn't need to be called utility it's just, yeah, it's just meaningless. It technically is an implementation of rendering engines, so engine.h would also work. Right. Yeah, it's a bit like calling stuff like manager, you know, all the time. You know, everything can end up working its way into being a manager. But you could just drop the word manager off the end typically, and it just works out okay. You just run a lot of manager everywhere. If not, yeah, helper is another one that people do. Like, these are string helpers. Like string.h, you know, is a better alternative. Why do you need string helpers.h? You know, just yeah, just extra words. Right. So what did we change again? Oh yeah, I just use constants when it still works all right. Good. So we're gonna do those nice visualizers now with this sort of these lines. We got a drawing API, so should be all right. So we got the L and the C H value. We could just simply remember it in the local space, or we can work it out every time. So if you get the LCH, you'd have to know based on which color picker we got open, basically. So I guess we can call it here. So this would be the sort of draw lines. So you get your LCH. We need to LC the XY. So I guess you want to produce some kind of coord, something like this. So state LCH.x, that's the L value. So lightness, that is -1, sorry, 0, that is 0 to 1. Then C is the Y coordinate, so yeah, it's the Y coordinate here and the Y coordinate and on this 2D plane as well for this color picker type. But we've got to descale it because scale, yeah. Then hue, does it need to be descaled? I think so. Yeah, it does. Then we need the H scale. So H is Z, LCH, and then that's the X coordinate. Cool. And then and L is the Y. Cool. So with these guys, we've then got a coordinate in as a unorm. So we've got a unorm coordinate. We probably then want to convert it into screen space. And then we do our drawing. So if we, to put it into screen space, so we should probably do it inside this plane here. So we're going to draw the lines. So we move the coordinate up to, there's the dimensions of the rectangle. So we scale it. So multiply coordinate with the dimensions of the rectangle, then we offset excuse me. Then we offset with an add with the rectangle dot min. Yeah, cool. Nice. So this will get us a screen pixel. Then we can simply draw two lovely lines. So I think I've got a draw shape line. I think past me did it. Yep, good. So we need a start position and an end position. And then we need to, well, we don't have to do it in screen space. Ooh, interesting. This is in command space, so we could just do it negative and positive along an X or a Y, and then position it where the chord is. Yeah, that'd be good. So if we get the half width, half dims of the rectangle, we can then put, so the start position is actually negative half dims along the X and 0 on the Y. So that'll be in the middle on the Y axis. Then the end is simply the same but with a positive dims X. Then the thickness, I guess we would just say it is 4 pixels thick, maybe it's too much, we'll see. Then we're gonna draw another shape. Well, no, we'll finish this one because we did them both on the same draw. I call them draw calls, but they're not really a draw call. On the same draw entry, it will make a massive AABB and it will be slower to render. So, because it's SDF based. So if we did it, and this says where is it, the center position in screen space, then all the shapes you draw in here will be in the command space relative from the center of the object. So that'll be chord. Then we do it again, but this time 0 on the X, minus on the Y, half dims on Y, 0 on the X, positive half dims on the Y. And just like that. So if we try that out, that should get us the crosshair. And it should render inside the, right, it's a bit thick. Turns out thickness is 4 pixels as a half dimensions thing. Yeah, clearly that's not good enough. Yeah, so I thought, you know, if we did it half of the dimensions of this box here, it will work, but no, not good. So maybe we'll do it the other way where we say, so half dims would then be wherever the coordinate is. No, you don't need a half dims. You need it, right? So we did it in screen. At the center of the rectangle, maybe. Let's restore it back. Right, so we need to do so the coordinate, so 0 would be, yeah, I think you still do it like this, but you do it on the coordinate y-axis instead, something like that. But it's in, the problem is it needs to be in, you need to offset coordinates such that it would be 0 would be in the negative, would be in the middle, sorry, of the box. So we need to add the half dims to it. And then you can do that again, but yeah. Chord.x. Wasn't there also something like this related using dash versus underscore in file names? I don't know really. So dashes kind of look nicer, but then like whenever you use dashes, yeah. So I think initially I thought dashes looked nicer. That's something I used to think, but then it was just inconvenient. It was just inconvenient for some reason. I forgot what it was now. Need to recollect my thoughts on that one. Yeah. Whenever you want to convert, yeah, I guess like it's just not a valid variable name in programming. So maybe if you want to have matching stuff between a file and a variable name or something, I don't know. I forgot what the reason was. But yeah, I just stick with underscores now. But yeah, so where's that crosshair? I can't see it. It's not good. Wait, is this in screen space? Right, I added them in and therefore put it into screen space. That scales it up. Ah, gotcha. Yep. Run out, what have you done? I crashed it. No. Needs to be a shortcut key for this, but it's not working. Or maybe because my application's open. It's just called game, right? Where is it? I could close the terminal. That would do it. I think it's just called game. Gotcha. Right, that killed it. Noise. Let's go again. Right, it was rendering up there, we saw it, but for some reason I clicked there and it didn't show up anymore. What did I do to break it? Right, so this is 0 to 1 value. We multiply by dims. And then we add the half dims. We need to subtract the half dims. So I think they're going to be a bit too big. Perfect, this is what I want. So we just need to change the color and change the thickness. A bit too thick right now. And we could probably make them sort of transparent. So yeah, should be nice. So if we just did like 1 pixel, that would be 2 pixels. Then maybe so we didn't actually set a color. So we need to say draw color solid. So we could do a bunch of stuff. Here, there's more as well, isn't there? Yeah, you can do gradients as well. It's quite flexible. But yeah, I think we just want solid color. So we could just do like, I don't know, could we take one from the style? Hey, glorious sir. I'm doing good, man. I'm doing very well. Um, yeah, been quite busy, you know. Um, Next week I'm going into work and got a very short week. I'm only got working 2 days. Got the Wednesday off to spend with the boy, so I'll probably exercise all day whilst trying to look after him. And then Thursday, Friday I'm going up into work. So yeah, there's no stream Thursday. Um, it's like a party going on. It's like a kind of a Christmas thing. Um, but also lots of meetings and stuff and just chatting. Um, but yeah, going all right. How about you? How's things been going for you? Is there? We could do the carrot color, you know, because it's kind of a carrot. Is it kind of a carrot? It's like a 2D carrot. And do the carrot width. Let's see how it works out. So if I were to say carrot width, carrot color, typically that's just for text, right? But um, yeah, I could call it color picker. So see how it carrot width. Let's see how crazy it goes. I forgot what the default is. Alright, it's a little bit thick. Could make it transparent though. Let's do one specific for the color picker. We should have more things for the color picker, but we just haven't. Yeah, we just haven't got around to doing it. So we'll just say color picker cursor width color, that sort of thing. Which means we actually have to put in a value somewhere. So inside the UI system, there is those sort of styles. No box. So we did a carrot. Here we go. So I reckon, right. We did a 1 pixel and then a. Let's take that A, but alter the alpha, make it 50% transparent. And we try that out. No box and then box. So I've just got two basic styles, one which does a box and then a no box which does all the padding and stuff. No padding. But it has all the text colors and stuff like that. Hey Simbleed, no, I'm fine. I'm not looking for a job right now. Look at that. It's alright. Oh, that one messed up. Alright, we'll correct that in a bit. That's quite nice, isn't it? The problem is you won't get around grays. You won't. But this one has the same sort of problem, I think. No, it is changing color, is it? Yeah, I don't know. It's good enough. You can see where it. Yeah, this one's clearly broken. So is that one. I think I got my axes wrong. Whoopsie. Busy indeed. I'm mostly good. My M.2 SSD finally died. No, implemented a TLFS allocator for GPU resources and realized that probably won't be needed for my game. Oh no. But you'll be able to reuse. You can reuse that for something else though, surely. Yeah, keep it in the toolbox. You got one now, at least. But that's cool. Yeah, M.2s, they definitely got a shorter lifespan than HDD hard drives, right? But yeah, I don't have one die on me yet. But yeah. They're so fast though, it's amazing. The best upgrade for a while we've had. Yeah. I remember looking into it before. I remember I thought of a version like it by myself with the power of 2 buckets. But it does something else that I completely forget. Yeah, it's a good algorithm. That's not your oldest one, eh? What make is it? Typically, I get the Samsung Evo, 980s or that one. That's one I have. Right. So the XYHC H is the X. Here's the Y. So the Y-axis one was fine, but the Z was not. Right, because this one in brackets. What was it? That's why. Always bracket your macro stuff. There we go, look at that, looking pretty nice. The next thing to do is to get the slider for this one as well. And then we're pretty much done. Just got to make it smaller and make another little widget so we can click it and pop it open. Have some fun there. So right. So for the other one, we're going to draw a line. So slider. Draw a line. You want to produce a single scalar coordinate. So the coordinate dot this one here, the hue, and then you need the lightness. Then you need this chroma for this one. So you then multiply by dims y, but not for rectangle though, that's for sure. Whatever the right rectangle is. Something like that. But it would have been mutated. That's okay. Maybe it could be the draw rec. Yeah, it would be the right rectangle. And then you get your half dims for y. Sub the half dim. And then draw the line. So we want to draw it on. Oh shoot. Dot y coord. That should be it. Although I do want to make a little bit of a correction. Where some of them using draw rectangle, where it might be more beneficial to use the right rectangle here. Maybe. Because the draw rectangle will include the border, whereas the right one will be more squished down a bit. So maybe we'll get the color picking thing nicer. Yeah, because now we can select 360, I think. Oh no, we can't. Yeah, it's a little bit off with a mouse click. There is a faint line there as well. Maybe we should make it a little bit more opaque. Samsung 980, yeah, 1 terabyte. Right, survived for 4 years. Working 970 is almost 5 years. Interesting. Right. Gotta be careful about that. How much are you reading right into your drive? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I should be careful. I do upload my stuff to GitLab. But yeah, I need to also start taking backups of photos because it's had a child. I take photos, tons of photos. With my boy. So cute. And then yeah, so I got to take back up those now. I also ordered a new phone, going from an S9 to a Galaxy S23, which sounds like a huge jump, but it's not. Right? Not a huge jump at all. Oh, that one goes outside the frame. Ooh, no. There's the C scale. These are the games mostly in developing stuff, so not much traffic, I think. Strange. I've got to be careful about that then, I think. But yeah, I don't want to do now. Maybe... I could do a different color where it inverts it. Right, based on the... So we draw front to back. So, no. Wait. Yeah. Draw front to back, so... It might not be possible to invert. No, or do we draw back to front? No, it's front to back, because if you have many layers, we can early out. Yeah. Maybe we can make it more opaque. Let's deal with the, let's make it A. Right. A0 for the alpha. Guess that's a bit better. Right, I wonder why this one the click feels on point here. Ah, but as you get close to the top, it's off. Right, interesting. So I wonder why that is. And close to the bottom, it's off as well. Okay. So what do? we're using the right rectangle. That's inside the shape. When you click, you're taking the rectangle min. Copy paste the enemy programming. Y.min. That's right. Right, so maybe that's why the values seemed a bit weird. Right, seems to be on point. So when I go off, it goes into negatives, right? Ah, it's a bit of a bugger there. So the bottom seems all right. Start going up for some reason, it's off. So that's the hue. Oh, the dims is. So yeah, I think we'll be able to go like past the value quite easy actually, past the max value, but AO. Yeah, well, 360 is kind of the max. So maybe we should clamp. Yeah, well, maybe we should do some clamping. Yeah, where do we change the LCH thing? So maybe we should say, right, state. Oh, it's right here. So this is hue, clamp between 0 and pi times 2. Well, you just clamp this, right, between 0 and 1. Easy peasy. So we'll find the other one, which is, that's the slider we just did. This would be a clamp S. Nice. Okay, so let's see how that looks. Hopefully we get the clamping right. So we go to the left here. Yeah, it stops at 0 exactly. Stops at 1 exactly. Stops at 0.333. Nice. Let's go to that purple and see if we yes, the hue gets stopped there as well on the slider. Either furthest up on which you can go. Yeah, 0.32. Okay. Nice. Right. I'm pretty happy with this where it is. Maybe this could be a bit like having a line that goes through it could probably be a bit nicer. We could probably have like little things drawn on the outside, little arrows that point in this case. Could be a little bit more visible. But yeah, I don't know. Nice. I think we'll leave it at that. So what we're going to do now is shrink the widget down to something as an actual sensible size. And then we are going to then we're going to make another widget, which is just going to hold the color in there. And then you can click it and this pops up. Yeah. So let's say the dimensions I need to be 300 for the color picker. Something like that. This has really been squished off though, which sucks a lot. You know, these are useful to be seen, right? This one maybe not so much. You know, this is basically, you know, it's readable, right? But it's red, green, blue, and then alpha, right? So maybe it's not that beneficial because, you know, I want to know how much red this thing has got. I don't think you really asked that question much. But this might be useful, right? Seeing the hue value, how much saturation it has, maybe. I don't know. But then it might be useful to have this value and you punch it into some other tool and I don't know, for something else, right? So maybe they're both useful in their own way. So we get rid of that. You could probably have this. We could probably say if you hover over the box, display this, or you know, if you like, we do also support multiple popovers, so we could have it in a popover on hover, something like that, maybe. So you could do like, hey, cut right, maybe not even cut right. Yeah, so we cut right, display the color. Then in the remaining top, display this text widget. But if UI mouse what's that mouse focus do? Right. So effectively what you would like is if we were hovered over this, but this text widget doesn't have that flag passed in. So we need to either have a custom widget here or manually write the code here. UI rectangle contains point or something. I think there is a function for it contains point. So we did that on the top rectangle. We could say if you contain the mouse position, but you really got to have like if it's actually you know, if you're not focused inside the in the window, then it's going to pop up anyway. So we've got to be careful about that. All right, so that'll do it. So then if you do that, then I guess we can display another popover. So I guess the position can be where the mouse is. Then the dims is, you might have to hard code it. Maybe we just say 120. So you can't make it automatic, I think, because it needs to know the size of the box. So we'll say like 120 and whatever style text line height is plus maybe some of the padding stuff. Yeah, that's where it gets a bit tricky. Thickness vertical. And the vertical height for I guess I'll call it height, just to make sure it doesn't go off the screen. Right, what are these other parameters? Align, so we'll make it centered to the mouse. What have I just done? Align middle center or something like middle. Yeah, middle. So, and then we'll pass in the style that you pass into the function, and then we'll put the bit of text in there. Then we'll finish the popover. So let's try that. See how it works. There's a plus that's happening here because there's something weird going on there. All right. Try that out. Cool, so we hover over this now. Right, it displays a little view into the existence of this widget. Okay, it's a bit strange, but definitely close. Like so you got some invisible widget and just it's a bit funny. Right. That's cool. Well, I like how this fits in there very nicely, right? And actually, if I take this height thing with us here, the top. Yeah, I had this sort of like bar dim thing. So maybe height could be called bar dim. And then maybe this could not be a constant anymore. And then it's reactive to the style. Right, so why is it doing, what rectangles are you using? It's cutting the top rectangle, right? And we want to cut, so we should get a new rectangle back here. Let's call it P. And we'll put the bit of text in there like that, okay? So we're using the wrong rectangle. And okay, so the text is drawing with a rectangle in there, so we've got to tell it to use the no box one. For some reason it's right, the fact that the bar width wasn't square has really messed everything up here. So oh no, the fact it was shorter, it made this one shorter. Yeah, let's make it a bit bigger. Right, let's undo that. Right, that was a nice idea, but oh well. So let's put this back here. Right, so this can't take in the style. Instead, we'll pass in the no box style, so it won't get any extra. Because this popover had a style, then this one would just have the same style in it. It's not a good idea. I've got to go back to this file and undo that and bring back that constant. Let's try that out. Right, so that's all displaying nice now. What was we working on again? Oh yeah, hovering over this. Sweet. So we hover over this, we get this nice, we get that value show up here. Maybe we can hover over this here and make it do that as well. Yeah, I don't know which one we want to do. Should we just do it over the little, maybe you can click here and it sort of copies into your clipboard or something, but I don't need to do that yet. So maybe we could do that on the R rectangle. If R contains mouse, right. And do a popover. There we go, isn't that nice? Sweet, that solves the problem. Cool, so I think we're in a good place now for this. So let's go ahead and make the other widget which displays the color, and then you click it and this thing pops up. Oh shoot, why is that? Am I fussed about the decimal place? Probably not. Probably not. Cool. Right, I'm just going to take a quick break, and when we get back, we'll make a nice little button like this, which just houses the color. And you click it, and then up comes this popover. We can do whatever we want in here. If we click off, it will close the popover, and the value is always saved, right? Yeah, maybe you need a way. I think you have undo buttons, which obviously undo it. But yeah, yeah, there's something to think about how we don't want to obviously, because I think this website here, every time you change it, it changes this, which changes, it inserts into your history. We don't want to do this type of thing because it's, if I go back, I'll be here forever. So we don't want to do that with our undo history. So we've got to be aware of that, about it when we make that sort of decision with a color picker, I think, to make sure that you can at least remember the original value before you opened this, or at least when you close it, it's like, oh, I've closed it now. You get a sort of a close notification somehow, or a way to know if you closed it. But yeah. Cool. Right, just take that quick break. I'll be right back. Right, welcome back everybody. So, yeah, we need to work on the little widget now, which will pop up the color picker itself, right? So I wonder, so we could be, I think there could be an editor, potentially, where you always just have one of these things open, right? So it doesn't need to be in a popover itself. So I think you can always have this color picker thing open, maybe. It's just in a corner or something. But yeah, I don't know if I want to need that for this game, but maybe it could be. Or maybe we just always make it in a popover. Yeah, so for this game, maybe we have a material editor, and you always click on something and this will pop up. When you're in the editor for the model editor, you're only going to be selecting from a material. So maybe just to make the system easier at the moment, we'll just put it all in one function, and then if we need it to be some separate thing, we can do that to work. So there's this popover thing here. I've cried loud. Well, we could look at how MGUI does it, right? Maybe we split them up just to get some ideas. Because I think MGUI does it with a color, but I think it's got a few of them actually. Let's take a gander. From memory, I've crying out loud. Color picker 4, and there's color edit. Color edit function should have a little square that open the picker, right? Okay. Yeah, because sometimes you just want to display a color. I've already got one of those widgets. Right. So I could call it like input color, but then it's already text input, right? See, there's a color button. Interesting. Yes, maybe we have color picker and then have color button or something, and that would just be a button with a color in it. UI button color. Yeah, but color would put a. Yeah, I'm losing some consistency here now. So we called it color edit. I don't have anything else called edit. I have a thing called input. So the input is for like text input. Yeah, I heard about that actually. Gotta be careful though. You have to be signed in, isn't it? Yeah, I think you have to be signed in, and I don't want to sign in. But there's also a thing you could do here. You could put in a. You could change. There's a third party one as well. You could change the URL just a bit, and it will work. Yeah, it's great to search around with without having to download it. How's it going, Natsu? Welcome, welcome. We could call it color picker button. It's a bit long, but it's an idea. So you pass in a rectangle valley style. So we did this. Maybe the change only happens when you close the picker. So basically you have a button which has a color in it. So I should be able to say ID rectangle style. If it's visible, UI button end, then UI color, right, in the rest of the region that's available, display the color, which is deref of valley, then style. Yeah, so yeah, basically no style. So display the color there. Now okay, so when you've pressed the button, so you'll be able to say if focus state, damn these popovers, I forget how it's done. Yeah, I've got to have a state that's passed around or something. That's what the combo box does, is it knows if it's open or not. How do we know if it's open? Well, this is some form of state here. Well, every value is a valid value, right? So we can't change this one. We could say, yeah, we might have to have a state that you pass out, which retains whether or not if the color picker is open or not. And then we put it in a popover, and then it returns like it can return like a changed. That's something we've not done yet. Then we can say if the value has changed, you can look at it and then update your thing. Okay. So I think we might need a structure with a structure for state, because there's going to be a few fields. So if we go to the combo box example, I think we're going to need something like this. So I think we're going to need a color picker button. It's a bit of a mouthful. So is open will just be, I guess, be an in-out parameter. This one is, it defaults to false, and when you click on the button, it's going to open up the. This is how we know if the popover is open or not. So the system internally doesn't track any state. When we need to do stuff like this, we give out to the user and they just hold the strut on the stack. We need to know whether or not the value has changed while it's been opened. I guess though what we could do is retain the previous value. And I guess this could be known as an out parameter. So the user doesn't have to care about this whatsoever, except for when we say, hey, the value's changed, then they can look at the previous value or the current one, and do whatever they want with them. So I think that might be, oh yeah, then we need the current value as well. So this is an in parameter. What's an in-out parameter? Okay. I think that's quite right. I'm happy with that one. Yeah, this name's a bit long, but what can you do sometimes? We'll just call it state, and we'll work with that. All right. UI color picker button state. Nice. So here's how it's going to work. So if you've pressed if UI focus state, means it has been pressed down. We can then be like, all right, state is open equal true. Then here we say if state is open, we can then call color picker with a position, and the position is going to be wherever the so the position is going to be in the center position of the rectangle. What happened here? All right. Center position of the rectangle, which would have been mutated like crazy, maybe. We'll see how that goes. Then value, which would be the address of state value. Then style. I guess we'll pass in style as well, like that. Okay. Nice. So this is going to be wrapped inside a popover. So you're going to need something like this actually. Oops. How big is it going to be? Good question. Crap. Kind of sucks. It's kind of fixed sized at the moment with some margin stuff. you know, and if you change the size of it, it's very problematic. Um, so what can we do with the color picker? You used to just take it in position, but if we move the popover thing out of it, it's a problem. Um, hmm. So the reason why it's fixed width at the moment is because we render to a texture, and I have to change that texture size or whatever. So you know, we could just pass in the width and height, and then give it to the renderer, and if it's, you know, you basically min or max it or something. Yeah, it's not too bad to do it. Okay, we'll make that change. So the dims, in our case, I guess we can call it. We'll change the name to pop over dim or whatever. Something like this. UI color picker pop over dim. So at the middle bottom, no, middle top is where that position is going to be. So it's essentially we have a button which has the it's a very terrible button. Right, got the color in here. You click it. The position that we're using is this, and we draw a popover. It's going to go at the top middle of the color picker widget we've just popped open. Yeah. So what the crap is going on here? Right, we declared another thing called rec. Classic. Pop rec. Okay. Just do the color picker and voila. So we've got to change this color picker now, so it's going to be using a rectangle instead. We'll call it rec. And this needs to just be a standard widget start. Those dims really need to get sorted out. They give you a widget back, and I think it will say like if it's visible type of thing. So we could probably get away with doing a if not, then return UI and not changed. Not changed. So that state is kind of global at the moment. Maybe it could be combined into one. It doesn't have to be global anymore. No, because if it's global, then we know we could pass it to the renderer. That's right. So perhaps the width and height of the dims of the actual 2D plane can be passed in. Yeah, we'll sort that out. Right, so if the rectangle is not 0, so we've already checked if it's visible or not, so we don't need this. Remove some indentation. And this would be widget end. We still got to sort out this changed thing. So it would have changed. It would be. Why would it have changed? Anyway, we'll think about it in a bit. Well, I think it happens on a particular frame. Yeah, so I guess if you click it and the value is different, like in this case, you'd be like UI changed, tools not changed, and then you would basically say changed equal so it's here when you click the XY value in the color plane or the slider, just there. And that should be good enough. Just to return changed here. Okay. So now that we're not using the popover, we've just got to be aware. These times we use rectangle, I guess. Anything else? Right, rectangle with a dot. Right, so I think this will compile now. It will compile okay. Well, it won't because of this. Hang on a minute. Alright, go in. Oh, and some widget flags, huh? Well, this will definitely need the when need focusable, just none. So we just need to change the function prototype in the header file, and then we can change the renderer a bit. So we'll have a nice big texture just in case for the color picker render, and we'll have to get the UVs right. Okay. Should be possible. Just a bit fiddly. Okay, so I think that's okay. So the dims need to be passed in now. We haven't sorted out for this color picker button if it's changed or not. For now, I'll just return not changed. So when you start this rectangle and then you do some more cuts, the rectangle that's left over, so here, this is where we need to say state dims is equal to whatever the dimensions are of the rectangle, and then we probably want to you need to round that to the nearest you need to round it up, right? Okay. What's going on here? Nice. So then in the renderer, we could probably Right. So if we delete that, let's go to the graphic side of things. There's what's known as the color picker. Here we go. So we've got this sort of texture. I think if we set the texture to the maximum size of the display, and I guess when we implement the screen resizing, which is something I want to do very, very soon, we'll probably actually do it next stream, since we're going to be done here with the color picker today. You know, maybe, yeah, maybe we'll even get started on it today. But yeah, we want to implement screen resizing very, very soon. So if we set it to maximum size of the display, then realistically it would work. The bar width, I don't know how you count by bar width. It needs to be square. Right. Why does it need to be square? It just look better if it was square. Okay, so hey Rust compiler, nice to see you again. I had an idea about creating a macro that can take sporadic arguments. So can you make a callback function that takes a number of arguments that the function you would want to call takes? Think of event listeners. Yeah, I'm not sure if I've completely followed, to be fair. But yeah, macros can take a variable set of arguments. But yeah, you would then have to do some hacky stuff. Yeah. You could, I don't know, you could probably do it. You'd have to know the type. You have to know what each type is, and you probably use the. Yeah, it's a bit fiddly to achieve it. You could probably achieve it. Are you using C or C++? If you're using C++, you could do it with templates. If you're in C, you could do it with generics. Yeah, something like that. Right, so we did the size of the display, it shouldn't be a problem. So when you render to these textures, the dims is saying, hey, use the full dims of this, but that's a big no-no now. Now we can say color picker dim. Yeah, so we should just be able to call a function like this. Right, but for this one, we probably only want to do 1 pixel. On the X and the rest on the Y. Because that's for the slider, you know. Cool. So that'll render correctly. It's just when we display the color picker widget now, it's not going to necessarily be... It's going to be displaying the whole texture rather than a part of the texture, which we can see. Let's just get it compiling again. So here we need to actually put in an actual rectangle. Yeah. So I guess let's just do button. Never done any rectangle. Where can I get a damn rectangle? All right. That's the problem. I need a rectangle. Let's just start a new popover. Chuck it in there. Address of rectangle. Dims. This is where it's interesting, right? Let's do 400 by 400. All right, UI popover end. All right. You can see, right? Yeah, so you could probably use generics. It'll be a bit fiddly, but it's possible. You'd have to know every single type that you're going to have passed in as a variable argument, though. Right, this bar width thing. So I think that can actually be a style, part of the style. Gotta be careful, though. So we should do another one called color picker bar width. And that should probably be set to at least 20. Cool. So inside, if we have that sort of bar width like this will then be style color picker bar width. Audio. But yeah, Rust compiler, I don't know your exact problem that you're trying to solve, but I can give you some examples. So in HCC, the way we implement the printf, I think I've already shown you this, maybe. But the way we implement the printf is we use we'll use metaprogramming, right, which is, you know, printf is right, awesome, that's great. Yeah, so hprintf, so we can do this from shaders, and I've implemented generic in my C compiler. So I basically know, like, it's a variable argument list that you pass in, and we do this sort of like for each over every of the variable args. It's very hacky. It's implemented like this, where you basically call the previous version of yourself. And I support up to 16 arguments, but you can support more. So every variable argument, it generates this code with this generic, and it will switch on it and then do something. So you'd have to know all of the types, I think. So yeah, it depends on what you're trying to achieve and what problems you've got. But based on my understanding of what you're trying to solve, you might need something like that. So yeah, there's other examples online, but that's quite a simple one that I've done. Yeah, you might not need that. You might be able to do it some other ways. But yeah, that's if you don't have to pass in type names and things, or Because the way printf knows about it is it has a string and it passes the string, and this tells it that it's a string, right? Or this one tells it it's a float. So it knows how to pass the arguments with the varargs. Challenge part is going to be passing function signature that is about to be called. Right. Oh, the parameters. Yeah. Right, so when we boot this up, you can tell, right, that you're seeing an uninitialized texture. And obviously the bar width is obviously too small. So let's put 40 back in that bar width instead, because it was nicer. Right, so it's sorted that, which is cool. Maybe do 36 actually, might be a bit better. Yeah, 40 just kind of seems a bit more squared, doesn't it? Okay. Right. Right, that's very good. What's my concern now? So yeah, this is now an uninitialized texture because we've made it the size of the screen, and inside here we're displaying a texture. So what we need to do is we need to display. Well, first of all, it needs to get zeroed or whatever. I don't know why. It's drawing the background now. I'm a bit confused about that, to be honest. It's alpha. Oh, because it's not in a popover with a background, and it's alpha blending. Right. Okay, that makes sense. We can probably ignore that. Can we? Hang on a minute. It passes in the style, and in our case we passed in no style on it, something like that. It was editor. Box style. The crap. You passed in a box style, so why is it not put a box around the outside? Because it... Well, I don't know, actually. I'm very confused. It's not in the box drawer. Right. Inside the... So we should be saying box start. That would say if it's visible to draw and clip. And then... Right, got it. It's inside the color picker. We can end it with a box. Ah, cool. So that will then get the background, and that alpha transparent texture shouldn't be a problem there. Cool. So this is where it's rendering in, but this texture is actually the size of the screen. So we don't have to worry about ever having a texture that's too small. So we now need to get it to use the sub portion of the area that we're actually using. So right, where's the texture? Here it is. Well, there's two of them. So that's the slider one. This one is the plane. So we need to do a custom UV. So let's nick some of this code here. So we get the dims of the texture. And so this will get you the UV. What did we want to do? Right. Size of a pixel in unorm space and texture space, right? So, and size of a half pixel. So, okay, size of a pixel, size of a half pixel. So, rightio. So then we can work out our UV. So what we need to be doing is we need to have our UV offset. Calculate somehow, and our UV dims. So I guess this would be the bottom left, but yeah, right. So you pass in the bottom left one here, and then the dims. So these values have got to be in between 0 and 1. So what we need to do is you have the dimensions of the actual of the color picker. So you need to say, how does that map to these dimensions here, or the dimensions of the actual texture? And then, so I guess we'll float cast it. How does it map to this? And then how can you scale it? Now, how does it map to that? And then you need to know half a pixel in this texture space as well. So you want to say, so the UV dims is literally just going to be, you divide. So you say, how well does here, right? This one here. Rectangle dims. How does rectangle dims fit into texture dims? So it's smaller divided by bigger. So that should Yeah, so it will give us a value that's less than 1.0, but greater than 0. Um, and that should be the size, the dimensions of the UV coordinates. Now we just have to work out the offset. So the offset into the texture is going to be 0. And it's probably the same as the other one, right? The offset is literally just the half pixel dims. That might be it. But we might not need... Oh, but we've got to make sure that we subtract 1. Oh. Subtract pixel dims away from... Is that right? Maybe that was wrong. Right, let's try this out and see what happens. See if I get it corrected. Seems alright, didn't it? So I think I maybe had an error in my previous code. So if we get this wrong, the anti-aliasing will look terrible, right? If I zoom in like this, it's going to be horrible. It's going to be blurry. But as you can tell, it's a nice anti-aliasing. The problem is the zoom is blurry. If I take a screenshot and I have to go into my... Yeah, it won't let me zoom in properly. But as you can tell, if we get the scaling wrong, you can tell that these sort of these lines start appearing. So I think that's the correct scaling. So if I did that subtract code, it was like an S subtract with the pixel dims. Maybe I can get rid of that. I hope. I don't know, what is this? What are you talking about? Oh, S subtract. Right. Yeah, you start getting the jagged, and I think... Okay, that's the problem. So I can describe what the problem is here. Let me just correct the code. So this just needs to be 1. Alright, so the problem is, right, imagine if you have a texture which is 2 by 2 in size. Your UV coordinates... So... what's the way of saying it? So if you're shading this pixel here, you need to make yeah, so this is the you could say this is the 2 by 2 texture, but also you could say this is the 2 by 2 area on the screen we want to render with the exact same size. So when you take your screen pixel and so you will go from pixel space to sine norm, then U norm, then apply the offset, right? So we'll have this in like pixel space on the screen. We'll convert it into -1. Where is it? We'll convert it to -1 to 1 coordinates. and then 0 to 1 coordinates. And scale it by the size of the texture. And then you need to apply, and then we apply the offset. Have we done? So we have a 2x2 in screen space. We'll have a coordinate here. Where does that coordinate come from? Coordinate command space. Right, maybe this needs to be offset by 0.5, like a pixel size, but we don't know a pixel size. Yeah, I guess I can explain the problem quick. So, effectively, when you sample if you're going to sample from texture, you need to make sure that you're going to sample sort of this pixel. You should make sure your coordinate is halfway through the pixel in the texture. We are using the nearest sampler though. Yeah, if you get it, you got to make sure that you put the sample position right in the middle. Because if you had like a linear sampler, and you had it sort of like at the bottom, well, let's say if you're trying to do this one, but you put it at the bottom left here, it would actually do like a bilinear sample and sort of take these pixels and lerp them and give you the value for what it's like in the middle of them all. So we want to try and make sure that we get it sampling from the actual middle of the pixel. So then my UI shader, which is kind of a bit crazy, we've got this coordinate in command space. Pixel coordinate, hang on a minute. Cell position. Right, perhaps this is kind of wrong. Pixel coordinate should be a float. Well, yeah, so, well, not this one, right? But coordinate in command space, or coordinate in. Right, so it does that float cast on that, right. This should be offset by 0.5. Yeah. This is part of the problem. So when you cast it, you need to add 0.5 to it. So it's halfway through a pixel. Right, so it's the one in draw command space. What about, there's the other one, isn't it? In clip space. Sorry, clip command space. Because we have clipping shapes and drawing shapes. Same problem. Okay, so that's interesting. So so our offset is now 0 and our scale, so I think we need to take one away. So if it's a 2x2, you need your, how do we need to do it? So when you get your 0 to 1 value, we scale it by the dimensions, the UV dimensions. So we might want to do a smaller portion of this, but let's just say we're not doing a smaller portion of it, so the UV dims will just be 1. So if the UV dims are 1, is that a problem? So 1 would mean you would go, yeah, this is 0 and that is 1 over here. So you'd actually go all the way. If your pixel position is here, and you convert that into 0 to 1 space, this would be 0.25, 0.125. And then you'd add 1. Oh wait, would you add 1? No, you're multiplying the offset by 1, meaning it's not changing it, it's not scaling the local space offset at all. And then you want to add a form of offset. Right, so we don't, yes, I think 0 and 1 should just work out fine now. So we don't have to worry about offsetting them perfectly by 0.5 or something like that. Okay, so these can go back to just pushing on 0 and 1. Because it's like a scale, isn't it, basically? And then, so we get rid of all that crap. Nice. So now when we're in here and do this, it shouldn't be as crazy. All we need to do is get the dimensions of the texture and the color picker rectangle. Then none of this, you know, half pixel or stuff like that. The offset's going to be 0 still. And all we need to do is scale it down to say how much smaller is that rectangle to the actual texture size. And that should be the fix. Cool, that's looking really nice and anti-aliased still. This edge here, if we got it wrong, it would look less, you know, let's say, let's make texture dims dot x minus equal 20, just so you can see it. It just come up jagged and horrible. Yes, here's a jagged line. Here's another one up there. It's not looking very smooth. So that's great then, we fixed that. So we've got to do the same thing again for the slider, the color slider, which is the third dimension. So it will literally just be so rather than plane, it'll be slider. And we only need so we need one along the x-axis, and we just need to scale the y. Like that. Right, that should sort out the slide on the right hand side. Be corrected now. Great, so there we go. So it's displaying the full texture that we've rendered into. So if we take a look at that texture in the texture viewer, we'll see that it's actually using a portion of the overall texture, but shoot, we're off by 1. You can see this sort of bleeding color here. Why is that? Do we need to take away? Right. Yeah, the top as well has got the same problem. So we might need to take away... How would we do it? Maybe we can try and take away a pixel on the rectangle. See what happens. Right, it's just added jagged lines, but it's fixed that issue with the border, but it's added the jaggedness to it. So I suspect that the maths is right, but there's something to do. Oh, we had to do a roundup. Right, we had to do a roundup, wasn't it? So realistically, what we want is this. We want the state dims, but as a back as a float again. So we actually want state dims.x, state dims.y. Okay, so we did that for the next one. Maybe that'll be right. So we had to round it up to the nearest pixel. Oh no, this didn't work. Might help if we had half a pixel though. We could live with this, but it'd be great if we didn't have this problem. If we have it as a particular, certain width, so there's no offset. It's multiplying by the correct number because we're getting the lovely smooth edges. So it's pixel perfect sampling, but why then? Why is the edge like if I didn't render this plain thing at all, you wouldn't see it. You just see white. Oh wait, oh. But we always render it a pixel bigger so we could anti-alias the rendering, something like that. That's true. I think we always render it a pixel bigger so we could anti-alias. Yeah, that's right, I think. So if the things that we're drawing are positioned slightly offset, but then surely the edge pixels you shouldn't see because they should be yeah, so things end up getting rendered a little bit bigger. So because of that, we actually need to make the thing render 1 pixel bigger because of the anti-aliasing. Or 2 pixels bigger, something like that. Yeah, alright, we found the problem. So if we add if we add 1 to that, so we'll comment and say add 1 plus 1 for anti-aliasing what as text as UI drawing increases shapes by 1 pixel around the edge for AA, something like that. So we want that to be colored in black or something. Right, this fixed it. We ain't got that rainbow edge now. That's good. So nice, lovely straight lines. Things are back to looking good. So I'm happy about that one. So now we can draw this at any shape. Sorry, just any size, no shape. As a square shape, or even a rectangle shape. So we can get back to doing that color button thing now. So inside this popover that we've got, I want to change it to a button, which means I'm going to have to do a color picker button state. We'll just call it state. Zero initialized, and it has to be made static. So it will persist. I have some persistent state. We can then just say, the color dot value equals color gray 8. Address of state, and should be it. Did you mean color picker button ID? Yeah, but you don't get the explicit ID. Weird. Cool. Right, so now we can actually test this thing out. So there'll be a button that appears, and if you click it, it will open up the. It will open, right? But how do we set open to? Crap. How do we set open to false? That's my next thing to solve. Okay, so if you press inside the combo box, it would. So the whole combo box is focusable. Yeah, we're not in control of this. Right, so it's kind of got an extra built-in thing. Yeah, we need to know if there was something else. I don't know, we'll just keep it open for now. Let's solve that problem in a bit. Just get it working. So is opened. You do a popover, you got to end the popover. And then this would give you a changed. I'm not sure we're interested in that change, to be honest. Yeah, I guess when the popover closes, you want this to return whether or not it's been changed or not, right? So somehow we're going to figure out when it closes. When it closes, so I guess while it's not open, we're going to set state previous value to state value. Then when it's open, they'll change value. Then when it closes, which we need to figure out how we're going to do, we will set changed to true, and then close is open. But then, so for one frame, the previous value would be correct. Okay, that seems like it should make sense. So let's just have a play with what we have for now, and then we'll solve that close popover issue. So here's a big button. For some reason, it's huge. Right click it. Nothing's happening. Bit of a shame. Don't know why. Right, that's because the color thing came in and changed the focus state thing, I think. That shouldn't have happened. Right, that's weird. You've got to click. Right, first of all, make this button like much smaller. Let's do like 80 by 80. So it just represents the color of the color that got selected, right? For some reason, if you click there, it opens. Not sure about that. Maybe we could. Oh no. Okay. Let's just make it 600 by 600. It was 600 enough. That was bizarre. No, sorry. Right, what's controlling the size of the popover dim? Right. Make that 400. Right, okay. Right, I'm happy with that. Yeah, the clicking behavior is a bit bizarre. But there we go, so that's popped up better now. Maybe we can make it a bit smaller. Do 360 or something. There we go, so right. So this all just displays correctly there, and nice. You kind of got a box in a box, but that's okay. Now is it? Style, right. Style 0. So that's coming from the popover itself, and then inside the. There we go. The picker actually had its own box. That's corrected that there. Cool. Okay, so next thing to do. So this is actually changing this value here live, which might be. Problematic, right? We don't want to be changing this value. Maybe we do. Yeah, no, maybe it's okay, and we can give them the previous value. Yeah, okay, I think it's fine. It changes live. Um, right, so we need the click off it type of logic. So right now we don't know what is focused. Um, you know, there's the color picker here, and there's some like mouse areas in there and whatnot. If we made it such that this was all built with one widget, we could just take the identifier and produce, we could work out what the next ID would be based on the ID we pass in, and we would be able to figure out what the ID hash is basically, and we'll be able to tell like, well, if they've if the mouse or if the keyboard focused thing is not the color picker and not this button, then they must have clicked off the color picker and then close it. But we don't have that. Yeah, we have not built it that way, which sucks. Yeah, because the bottom things are built with buttons and so we could switch over to using that. Hmm. But yeah, if we switched it over to using that, then it could, the styling stuff could be a bit better. But the top bar is using a bunch of text things. They're not clickable things. So that would be okay to do that. The plane is not using anything. The only thing that's using stuff is that's clickable is well, this has got its own custom. Okay, I guess they are using stuff, right? They're using this mouse area and right. Okay, I got some ideas. It shouldn't be too bad to change it. So let's start from the top. So the top doesn't need to change anything. Oh no. So we did widget start. And I have to say it's visible. So we change it to a widget and we'll explicitly do the box draw and box clipping code. We'll then have to pass in some widget flags, which we've got to enable focusable and the fact that it can be pressed inside. Then what we can do is we can take that rectangle and check. We can manually check. We can know if we are the mouse focused thing, or we can know if we're pressed and check which rectangle we're inside and do logic based on that, and that should be doable. Make sure it's pressable, that's it. So where's that focus state? We got it before. So I guess we can get that sort of mouse position, and I can get the thing called focus state. So we'll go UI focus state. So this will tell us if we press down or something like this, right? So now, when we do this 2D plane, it used to be do this sort of mouse area, but now we just do it here like so. All this UI focus state stuff. So this is saying if this particular thing is held down, but what we need to also do is say, right, if the UI rectangle contains a point, so in this case it's the rectangle or rec, which just is what the plane is left with at the end. Because we take the rectangle, we cut it at the top, we cut the bottom, and we cut the right hand side, and this will mutate the rectangle and get rid of these regions by this bar width. So we've got a top bar, right bar, and a bottom bar, and these are the bar rectangles. So those are the other ones we can click on, I think. No, sorry, it's just the right hand side one. All right. So we need to know if the focus state is shoot. Okay, what point? Mouse position? There we go. Cool. So you can know if you're focused. No, which one is it? It's the text one, is it? Oh, this one here. Contains point. Yeah, we need to make sure that... we actually are focused as well, because you could maybe draw something over it and it will... yeah, something like that. So this will display the color, the nice, or the hexadecimal color. Right, so this is great now. It's been adjusted, I think. So we don't need to get a mouse position like that because I've already got one. That's okay. This is doing some custom rendering. That's fine. Yep. So we don't need to do the mouse area end anymore. Color slider Z. So this did another sort of mouse area thing that was clickable, but also had a box. So now we just want to say it's a box. So I think we did the single box. So taking the right rectangle, we don't, oh yeah, we want the style to be passed in. Yeah, we do. So that means we don't need that sort of end on the end, it will automatically do that. So this is that slide on the right hand side. So this focus state thing needs to change. Just want to double check I've not missed one. No, I haven't, that's good. So I want to copy this line from the plane one, put it in here. And it's going to check us inside the right rectangle the mouse is, and we've got the held down state. Then we get the mouse position. Oh, for crying out loud, I didn't change that. Ooh. Why did that? Oh yeah, .y. Cool. Yeah, so none of this has got anything extra in it. Just some drawing code, drawing that slider thing, and drawing the color texture, and then drawing the line that represents where we are. So that should be it. That means then we should be able to pre-calculate the identifier for the UI widget. And yeah, perfect. So we should be able to use this sort of like pre-compute next ID hash, then check to see if the color picker is actually focused or the button is. If neither of them are, it's been closed. and that should be the logic that we need to close the popover. So let's just make sure it still looks all right. Right, it's doing this silly button pressed thing. I'm not a fan of that. This is not working either. And that hover's not working. Probably because there's another thing. Right. That's not nice. Okay, so we actually need to draw the box, but with a very specific state style of none, so it doesn't do that damn blinking thing. Okay. This can be cleaned up in the future. I'm not overly fussed about that. So the problem is with the other ones, how they're not clicking is because we actually make it a box or something, and that explicitly puts on another you know what? We need another thing. UI state style. We'll just make another one. It's widget state. So it's either focused, default, disabled, something like that. Yeah, okay, so I think UI box draw state rectangle style that function. Cool. So now when we've done this sort of explicit ones, we should be able to just clean up the code quite easily actually. So in color pick we've actually done it a few times. Maybe just a couple. Yeah, we just drop that in and we just say UI color, sorry, widget state none. Should be as easy as that. Just got to find where we do those crazy right, I do one here, the outer box. Seems all right. And then, okay, I thought I had more of them. Maybe not. But we might have to manually do it again anyway. So here for the color slider, the input's not working because we make a new widget, and then that new widget actually, yeah, the new widget, yeah, it causes a problem. The new widget will absorb the input because it's drawn on top of the background widget, which has the mouse position, sorry, the mouse focus stuff. All right. Okay, we need that style. Um, 2718. Drop it in there like so. Right. Let's see how this looks now. Okay, so this has been made a bit bigger because we ain't got that box around there. It doesn't shrink up, which is not that nice. This text is not showing up anymore. But it does click now, which is good. So we're going to manually put the box around this. These are still alright. Yeah, I'm fine with these buttons. Alright. So what we need to do, where we used to have that box around here, we might need to manually draw the box with a particular state. So that'd be the right rectangle with the style and with the particular state of none. That doesn't respond to the hovering stuff. Then you probably want to clip, push on some clipping shapes. Then you probably would like to adjust the size of the rectangle. We do that at the end, isn't it? We do a shrink even and padding, shrink the So another thing we could have done is have a flag that gets passed in, which does all of this. Still. But then ignores the fact that it shouldn't tamper with the mouse hover over thing. Maybe it's something we can do in the future, but I think this will be fine now. Right, let's try that. Click. Right, it's got that nice box around it. It's nice and big so people can go like that, but the problem is when they do that, they've got to be careful that they don't click on here all of a sudden. Or slide off into there, right? It's a bit of a problematic workflow, but it's something we can still fix. So we're nearly there now. We just got to sort out this text has gone missing for some reason. Don't know why. Right, because it would have clipped. Is it something to do with the clipping shape? Well, the color render is just fine. Top gets cut. Can we try and render another piece of color with top? See what happens. Do we get 2 color widgets? We don't get a second color widget. No, we do. But the contents, so draws the box, but this is not showing up. Can't be because of the clipping rectangle, can it? Maybe it's the style that we pass in. Could it be... No, it's the box style. It's got stuff. Let's put it before the color and just see how it behaves. Right, so it definitely displays up here now. So something's going on with the color visible, do a draw. Then an end, that makes sense. Will it have messed up something up here? I guess I could put a breakpoint down. Oh, wrong one. Right, it's visible. We draw a box towards the draw rectangle. Right, it seems to have some width and it seems to have some height. Then it does the drawing of the text according to this. And it is visible. Yep. Seems to have some way of drawing it. Wonder what it is. Yeah. Is it being drawn? Is this being drawn on top somehow? Like, are we drawing another box somewhere? What is that? Ah, we are, aren't we? Maybe. Draw the outer box of the slider. What even is that? Right, that fixed it. For some reason we was drawing one more box than we should have been. Okay, so this has been displayed here again. It's pretty nice. Yeah, we've got to fix one bug here where it's sort of going over there, but I guess we can do that at some other point. We just got to literally get this clicking off here to work, and one more other thing. So I think we can say pre-compute next ID hash. We can do that like so. So we get, so we've got button ID hash and the color picker ID hash. So essentially every time you put a widget down, it gets all the parent ones and it combines the hashes. It's similar to ImGUI, I think, but it's done with explicit IDs rather than strings. So we've got those there. Then we simply just say, right, if UI mouse, what should we say? It's like a focused widget that's focused. Or it's like mouse focused. Okay, so what we're looking for, if you have I think we're looking for something like this, where if there has been a click, if mouse button has been pressed, this frame, mouse button left, if the mouse button left has been pressed, and it's going to be a bit complicated, this one, and the mouse focus, that's what we call it. And if the mouse focus doesn't belong, is not equal to button ID hash and not equal to color picker ID hash, then we shouldn't be open anymore. So we'll simply just set state is open to false, and we set changed to changed. So then these will be able to, for one frame, look at the previous value and then look at the current value and do whatever they want with that. Right. That should. Oh crap. Wait, what am I doing? Unused parameter ID. What's going on here? Oh shoot. This should have been ID. Then this should be done. We should do this from within the button. Crap. Yes, it should all be done from within inside the button. Maybe. Let's try that out. Right, that clearly failed. You click and it closes. What about outside? Alright, get in there though. So first of all, this should all we need. Okay. Yeah, so why is this one, so the left mouse button is pressed and, so I guess it doesn't happen on the first frame. So I think you asked for what is the next frame one. Yeah, so if I click on something, okay. So what happens is on the frame that you click it, it sets this sort of like next hash field. And then at the start of the next frame, it will copy it over to the non-next one. That was the problem. Right, still a bit fiddly. Maybe to try. See what happens there. So I think this ID hash is not correct. I don't know why. Ah, because this is damn popover one. Right, so what you want to do is put it in. That'll do it. Just put a 0. Should be right. So you only want to do this when it's open, actually. Anyway. Yeah, only when it's open. So that'll do it. So you wouldn't need those extra ones. You need to still set the ID. Very nice. Oh. There we go. So that's cool, but it's gonna fail when I click there. That's the problem with it. Yeah. Maybe I need those extra ones that we had. Hmm. That's pretty good. My concern though is it's going to click null if you click on there. Yeah, this is very, so these will have to switch to being things that belong, not buttons. They're going to have to actually switch to being, you know, like this, where it's just all one control, all one widget. It's okay. This could also do with a bit of padding, to be honest. Right. So I think we're in a good place. Yeah, I just need a bit of padding on that. Oh, it's a bit horrible, isn't it? Where is it? This slider. So after the padding and the border, then you draw the box. Hmm. That's gonna bring it a bit too far. We need to just do the padding, I think. Yeah, so something like that way around. Maybe I need to shrink the margin first, draw the box, then the border and the padding. There we go, that's better there, cool. Yeah, so maybe that helps with the border there, when you sort of, maybe. Right, so I think we're basically there now. I've got to fix this bug here, but I guess I'll do this off stream, right? I just got to convert these into being, not being buttons, but actually just be part of this whole widget. So we can just do a very nice simple check on, to close a popover. And maybe sort out some of these things as well. So next stream is going to be Tuesday. We're not going to be streaming Thursday because I'll be in the office. We'll probably be on Tuesday. We'll probably be working on window resizing because right now we cannot resize a window. Everything is hard coded. So we want to add window resizing because we are going to be building an editor. So it's basically a key feature of an editor is be able to move a window around, resize it. So we should work on that before we work on the editor. So yeah, let me just find someone very quick. There's a Discord if you guys want to hang around in the meantime. Thank you, Boris. You have a good one too. Have a good start to your work week. AIA. Right, CC. But then it's Rust. Womp, womp, womp. It's very TCAP. Well, guys. Yeah. Have a good start to that work week. I'll see you all very soon. Oh, is Artie on? Damn it. Maybe we read Artie. There's actually quite a lot of people on today then. But that I mean two. I'm following Artie, aren't I? No, I want to follow Artie. Let's read Artie. There we go. Rightio. Alright guys. Ah, bugger.